No, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was like deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me and my friends. And I knew that if I had a problem, chances are somebody else does. And I think that's where so many businesses are, created, when you're solving a problem that's real for you and therefore real for the consumer.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
U.S. tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute tech news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow in Las Vegas, and this is Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, equity futures positive by 0.5% on the S&P 500. Under surveillance going into the weekend, barreling towards a tariff showdown.
We'll be announcing the tariffs on Canada and Mexico for a number of reasons. The people that have poured into our country, the drugs, fentanyl, and everything else, the massive subsidies that we're giving to Canada and to Mexico in the form of deficits. And I'll be putting the tariff of 25% on Canada and separately 25% on Mexico. And we will really have to do that because we have very big deficits with those countries. Those tariffs may or may not rise with time.
So here's the latest this morning. Will he or won't he? Global markets bracing for President Trump to unleash tariffs on Mexico and Canada tomorrow. The Wall Street Journal reporting advisors are considering several off-ramps to avoid the universal levies. Michael Zezas of Morgan Stanley writing, our economists see the tariff shock concluding in the second half of 26, but with delayed effects. They expect most of the inflationary impact from tariffs in 25. They expect a delayed hit to economic growth becoming clearer in the data flow in 26. Michael joins us now for more. So, Michael, if I was your client, I'd call you up. I'd say, will he or won't he? And is it bearish or bullish for treasuries if he does? What are you saying back to them?
Yeah, well, so we have to take it seriously. And this is not something that's in the baseline of our expectations right now. So if we were to get these tariffs going on, some of the economic effects that we're talking about being delayed and sort of pushing growth down further in 2026 as opposed to now, we would have to bake those in. However, I think how these tariffs go on will be instructive in terms of whether or not we really want to change how we're thinking about growth and inflation and therefore market effects early this year. You talked about the potential for off-ramps. There are definitely different flavors of how this could go on. If it goes on but with a time-starting delay, or if it goes on with significant exceptions for a lot of products, that might not really change how our economists are thinking about things. If it goes on and we also see kind of a breakdown in negotiations, which is to say if Mexico and Canada are arguing that they've given as much as they could give, and therefore it seems like these tariffs are going to be sticky for several months, and that's the type of thing where we'll have to consider growth and inflation effects in the near term. And maybe our preference for equity and risk assets is going to have to change a little bit, more of a preference for less risky assets, government bonds.
Michael, objectives matter. If it's to clean up the southern border, do something about immigration and fentanyl, that's one thing. If it's to offset tax cuts, it's another. If there is significant scope for negotiation, can we take it seriously as a tool to offset tax cuts, given that it can change at any time?
Well, I think that part of it is meaningful because if you're an investor tracking potential fiscal impacts and how much the deficit could expand, tariff revenues can mitigate that impact. It's frankly one reason that we're not as concerned about deficit expansion pushing treasury yields higher into 2026. But I think the more important effect here is what it means for growth and inflation in the near term. So more tariffs are going to create more of a kind of stagflationary effect in the near term. That's going to have to be expressed in more challenging environment for risk assets. We're going to see a lot more volatility in foreign exchange in the near term. Right now, you're not actually seeing that in some of the currency pairs you'd expect. Dollar CAD, dollar MEX. Our FX strategy team has been all over this, and there's been more volatility in these pairs around the election than there is right now. So that's something we have to pay attention to, and I think those are market effects people are going to have to watch for next week in particular.
It seems like the market is almost complacent, and Trump has been very clear. Something is coming tomorrow. How inflationary would it be if he went for what he's flirting with and putting a tariff on Canadian crude?
Yeah, so I mean, there are near-term inflation effects when you are when you're implementing tariffs, as our economists have pointed out. The sort of more durable effect that's going to affect monetary policy is the demand degradation and the growth impacts that follow after that. So because of that, I think the real concern is that the Fed path potentially gets more dovish, and that's why you might expect to see government bond yields going lower into the end of the year. And you might have more of a preference for that. There'll be more growth effects that have to feed through into equity market valuations, making it a more challenging environment for equities and for corporate credit.
Hey, Michael, appreciate your view. Thanks, sir. We'll catch up in the studio soon. Michael Ziesler there of Morgan Stanley. Coming up, Anastasia Amoroso of iCapital, Tom Narayan of RBC, Claudia Sam of New Century Advisors, and Robert Tipp of PGIM Fixed Income from New York City. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance up next.
Good morning, good afternoon, 44 trading room, high test guidance room. How are you today? Last trading day of the month and the week as well. And not only this is the last day of trading of the week and the month, but the last day in the Omnovia guidance room. So traders, thank you, Clifton. Good morning to you. Hi, DVG. Hi, team. Thank you for posting the link. Yes, so actually from next Monday, the TEPS guidance room is going to move to the YouTube. It's going to be a separate TEPS guidance room there. I'm going to do just the usual things as so far until now, like doing the preparation session for you both in the TEPS guidance room and in the 44 trading room. And after that, I'm going to move to the TEPS guidance room on the YouTube and trading with the traders there. And another change in the things, it is like it's going to be free traders. Okay, so you just subscribe and you can just join at any time, and the 44 trading room is going to stay as the master trading room for the most professional and experienced traders. All right, traders, so let's see what's happening on this market. Seems like the last trading day of the month is going to start quite bullish, thanks to Apple. Apple just released earnings after market close yesterday, and seems like all of the pessimists who were just expecting the Apple failing, it has not happened. So all naysayers is just seen a big surprise, because the Apple actually is just moved nicely to the upside. Hi, Banzai. Good morning to you. Hi, Miguel. Good morning. Okay, so Apple is up, and not just the Apple, but the pre-market news are quite favorable for the market, as the consumer the personal spending, the personal spending is quite strong. It was strong last December. I would say it's because of the Christmas, but I don't know. Well, let's see what's going to happen next month, of course. But so far, the consumer spending, personal spending, is just higher than expected. 0.6% was the previous data. 0.5% was the expectation from the analysts, and it just became higher than the expectations and the previous month's data, 0.7. So this is great. Also, the personal income just increased a little bit as well. So that's quite of a good news. Bauman is speaking at the moment, traders, so please be careful, okay? So he is speaking, so let's see whether it's going to influence the market. But so far seems like that the joy over the Apple's earnings and the not just the personal spending, personal income increase, but even the core PC price index, which, as you know, it's one of the most important data when we are getting to track the inflation. This is just came along with the expectations. Also, it's higher. Because the previous data, it was 0.1%, and the expectation, it was 0.2, and it just came along with the expectation. Employment cost index is just increased as well, just like the analysts were expecting that indeed. Hi, Robin. Good morning to you. Nice to see you. Steve C. Good morning. All right, so traders, great news for the markets, especially as the Apple just made a nice surprise on the earnings side. Of course, the triple Q is much stronger than the SPY. Triple Q is higher, 0.72% at the moment. SPY is up 0.41%, and of course, Apple is the strongest with 3.94% on my list of the big tech stocks. So seems like everything is given for a nice and green last trading day of the month. But again, let's just be careful, because actually there are still some comments from Trump's side on the tariffs. And according to his words, which I just read on the CNBC, actually, he told that this is still maybe just the start, this 25% of the tariffs regarding Canada and Mexico, which is going to be alive from this Saturday, it's going to change and not lower, but rather higher. So this is concerning a little bit the market at the moment, but as you can see, it still stays on the green side. Germany inflation is steady at 2.8% in January, ahead of February election. This is just a fresh news from Europe. What else? Key Fed measure shows US core inflation at 2.8%, in line with the expectations, as I was just talking about, the core PC price index indeed. And even the European stocks just rose after extending the record highs as the traders assess the dovish ECB from yesterday and the rate cut. All right, what else here? As I've told you, Trump says 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada may not include oil. First of all, this can be a good news for the oil stocks, even because on the big movers for today, as far as I remember, on the earnings side, we have XOM, CVX as well, two oil stocks. I'm just going to take a look at it. How does it look like at the moment? XOM, at the moment, it's higher with 0.67%, so that can be favorable to push it a bit higher. Also, the CVX was not that lucky. It's just lower with -1%, but I'm just going to talk about it among the big movers. So traders, in a nutshell, great news from Apple, good numbers, good earnings, plus even the economic news just came along with the expectations, especially the core PC price index was the most important one, which seems like it's just satisfying the market participants at the moment. And we are still waiting for one economic news, by the way, at 9:45 Chicago PMI is going to be released. So at 9:45, traders, let's just be careful, because volatility is going to be in. Anyway, I think it's going to be a volatile day, because this is the last trading day of the month, which means, and even of the week, and this means that there will be a little window dressing here and there. That's why I am expecting volatility for today for sure. All right, traders, let's see how the rest of the stock exchanges made the move here. As I mentioned, Europe, that was quite green. Asia, sort of. Nikkei 0.15%, Hang Seng 0.14%. On the US 10-year treasuries is just moving slightly higher. It's still not a big threat for the bulls on the stock market. And the futures are very green, especially the NASDAQ is just recovering from the beginning of the week, big turbulence caused by DeepSeek story. Crypto, though, it's still not pushing that high and that strong at the moment. As I've seen, it's just trying to break this 100,005, as I seen. Yes, 105, it's on the table. It could not still, it broke in the pre-market, as you can see, but it just got a rejection. Again, it looks like this 105, it's a quite strong resistance for the Bitcoin at the moment. Also, Coin and Mara seen some great moves to the upside yesterday. I'm going to watch them on the watch list for today, but I must tell you that we will get much better candidates for today, and let's see which ones are these. So if I'm just moving to the big movers of the pre-market, we can just see, of course, Apple as the first one. Why Apple is moving higher? Of course, because of the earnings, and Apple first quarter results surpassed analyst estimates on the top and bottom line, with the company's strong services revenue helping to offset weaker than expected iPhone sales. So it seems like the numbers just made a good impression, and the great numbers actually for the stockholders, pushing the Apple higher, almost like now it's higher with more than 4% at the moment. If I'm just checking the Apple daily chart, I've just seen quite of a strong resistance on these 247.50s. So around these 247.50s, I am expecting to see a little, just a small resistance actually. If it's going to be broken, I think the 250 definitely it's in the play, even higher. Depends on the bullish sentiment, whether it's going to be strong enough to push the stock higher. Hi, Jennifer. Good morning to you. Nice to see you. Okay, so Apple is driving the market, and this is going to be my first long candidate. So long Apple. Next one, Chevron XOM, as I just mentioned. Chevron was not that lucky on the numbers as the Apple, as missed on the earnings in the fourth quarter. That's why, as we have seen it, it's just tumbling now 1.13% or so. As I mentioned you, that Trump comments, it's going to be rather bullish for the oil, at least for the short term. That's why I'm going to be careful with the CVX. Also, I'm just going to call it to the short side at the moment. Intel, which was an earnings release after market close, ticked up 1.5%, marginally beating fourth quarter expectations. So great news for the INTC. At the moment, it is higher, 1.45%, and I love the daily. It's just filled the gap with several red days to the downside and after each other. So this is just the time to make the reversal to the upside. It is now passing the $20 level, 20.30. Let's just be precise here. And I very much love it to the long side. So the second long candidate on my list is going to be INTC. And traders, again, if you have any questions, please just let me know. I just repeating myself several times as this is the last trading day, guidance trading day in the Omnovia, and I'm going to move with the TAFS guidance room to the YouTube channel. Clifton is very sweet because he's just going to post from time to time the new link for the free TAFS guidance room traders. So nothing is changing, just like by the main room, it's going to be the place where it's going to be seen and followed. So please just subscribe to the channel. Is the TAFS Academy on YouTube. There is the link, and you can just follow me and the preparation session every day from Monday on. Okay, guys, let's just continue with the big movers. So far, INTC Apple on my long side, CVX to the short side, Walgreens Boots, Allianz, WBA, very ugly numbers. Shares of the pharmacy chain slipped 12% after the company said on Thursday that it would suspend its quarterly cash dividend. Ouch, that's actually an investor killer. So indeed, WBA definitely on my short list for today. WBA. Here comes ExxonMobil, the other oil stock, which is higher as it just beat the analyst expectations, not like CVX. So XOM at the moment, it's higher. I like this reversal opportunity on the daily. So I'm just going to move it to the long side. So CVX to the short side, XOM to the long side. So let's be careful. That's going to be interesting for sure. KLAC is here 4% higher. The chip equipment maker fiscal second quarter earnings beat analyst estimates. So let's see how does it look like, because last time I was not quite satisfied with the volume, and I am not satisfied with the pre-market volume at all. It's just 9,000 traders. It's quite of nothing. So that's why I'm going to move it just for my secondary list that it's going to have an opportunity throughout the day. But for that, I would like to see a jump, a nice speed up on the volume side, because at the moment it's very low. Beazer Homes next, 9% lower BZH as the first quarter results fell short of the expectations. Let's see first of all again the volume here, which is just 24,000, and this is not a big mover, so I'm just going to move it to my secondary list, but this looks weak as it's down 11% at the moment. Eastman Chemical is here as well, 4% higher. EMN fourth quarter earnings beat the expectations. So EMN nice move to the upside, 2.73. But again, I'm very much not satisfied with the pre-market volume. It's just 3,000, 3,500, which is very much not enough for me to call it to the first number one list, so only to the secondary list on the EMN. Next one, Deckers is here, down 15%. Ouch, DECK, excuse me, as also is just reported better than expected quarterly results and even raised the full year guidance. So no idea what happened here. Maybe some trick among the lines on the DCK. Let's just see how does it look like at the moment, or just a usual, sell the news event. It can be, but at the moment it's still very weak, 13% lower as you can see. Volume is high. I'm just going to move it to the short list, but be careful because actually this was a beater. Atlassian, the last one, software stock, just surged 20% after both its quarterly forecast report and forecast beat the expectations. So team, a great candidate to the long side at the moment. Atlassian, it's higher, it's like 20%, and pre-market volume could be better, but still enough to call it to the long side. So team is my last one to the long side, to the long candidates list. Traders, if you still have any candidates on your side, please just let me know. I'm more than happy to take a look at it. I'm just taking a look at my watch list, of course, very strong here on AMD. Even Microsoft is recovering, as I see. Microsoft is up 8.4 or 0.80%, almost like 1%, which is great because, as you know, yesterday Microsoft, because of the miss on the earnings, it just went lower. Amazon, Meta, AMD, AFRM again, very strong. Roku too. I cannot see NVIDIA. NVIDIA just disappeared from my list. Kidding me? It's in red again. NVIDIA, wake up. It's in red. Look at NVIDIA, guys. Seems like NVIDIA's fame is just faded away. Look at that. Okay, now it's recovering. Now it's recovering. It was much more to the red side. Look at that. It's still down 0.22%, but I so much like this 200 EMA reversal on the daily. Look at this one. It's quite of a strong level on the 120. Now it's higher 121 or 124.50s. But if it's not going to make a reversal now, I think it's going to get into the trouble because this consolidation on the 200 EMA is just getting extended now. Like this is going to be the 5th day if it cannot break this 129 actually, because over 129 is going to be a gap fill on NVDA on the daily chart. So indeed, let's just be careful with that. NVDA is definitely not among the strongest pre-market, but it's making a very nice attempt for a recovery. Another stock which is quite weak today, it's Oxy as well, another oil stock. Baba, a Chinese stock, 0.87, and Tesla. Traders, Tesla, it is in the red side. Like yesterday, after the great earnings, it just made a dive, as you remember, and now it just made a nice recovery till the end of the day. But now it seems like it's just getting lower again. At the moment, 398% or a dollar, which means it just broke the $400 level. But I must tell you that the decision is going to be made if it's breaking the 381 level. This is the 50 EMA. So the 380s, if it's going to break, then on the daily chart, based on the daily chart at least, then the Tesla is going to get into trouble. At least the Tesla bulls, the bears are going to be happy on that. But so far, it still looks like as a try for a recovery and make a reversal on the 50 EMA. All right, traders. So I think this is going to be my list for today. I'm just going to post it in the main room as well, and let's see. Yes, here we are. I just did post it, and I'm just sending to the guidance room too. Traders, That's it for me today. Again, I'm just repeating myself. Last day on Novia for today for the tax guidance room. Moving to the YouTube, there is going to be, it is already a free tax guidance room YouTube channel where you can just subscribe and just continue with me trading as usual. And of course, DVG, Scott, Clifton, and Amir, if he's joining, they are going to stay as the master room for the very experienced and professional traders, and the guidance room is going to stay for the advanced less starter traders as usual. The big difference is now that I'm going to move to the YouTube, and it's going to be a free service from Monday. So traders, please, Clifton is going to post the link from time to time. If you feel like, please just subscribe and see you there from Monday. But of course, I'm going to try to make the preparation every morning here as well and on the YouTube. I don't know yet from that on the technical side is going to be okay. Might I will need Clifton helps in that as well. Hopefully it's going to be okay. If not, then might he can just screen share to stream it here as well. But one thing is for sure, guys, I'm staying and helping you as just in the past so far. Traders, have a beautiful green day. Be careful. As I told you, 9:45 Chicago PMI going to be released. Last trading day of the month. Volatility guaranteed, so seatbelts on and have a beautiful green one. And of course, a beautiful weekend too. Have a nice one. Stay safe, everyone, and see you on Monday on the YouTube room. Bye, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, Aggie. Really appreciate that. Quick sound check. Can you guys hear me okay? Quick sound check. Nitzen, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Well, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Very excited to be here today. We have, unfortunately, Scott won't be in today. He's got personal matters got to deal with, and excited for him. But that said, I do ask for a little bit of patience. Anytime we're riding solo, it can be a little bit of a challenge, but look, we're here to help continue growing the best trading community in the planet. So with that said, yep, good morning, Ali. We've got Nixon, Mark, Jennifer, Steve, good morning. I know that Aggie was able to cover a lot of, frankly, a lot of the news that we had. So we've had a few earnings come out this morning as well as last night. Big one being Apple. So, you know, decent performance there. But again, trade what you see, not what you feel. I still am a little bit cautiously optimistic on the Apple trade in general, just because I haven't seen any real new innovations come out of that company in a while. I mean, I get it. I like their laptops. Everybody loves their phones. We don't need to go into all the details, but look, let's face it, they beat. Even surprisingly, with the dent in the Chinese market likely to come, I think we'll probably see that next quarter. So I will wait to prepare for that potential trade. That said, I do apologize. I do sound probably a little bit congested. I am sick after all. So hopefully we'll be able to stick it out like we normally do for the first couple hours of the day here, but may have to call it in or turn it in a little bit early just because, frankly, feeling a little under the weather. Got my tea in hand, got a little Pellegrino as well. But with that said, let's look around. Let's talk some stocks here. I've got the what we always do. Start with the heat map, right? It's kind of makes it, at least for me, I'm a visual learner. But being able to look at this pretty quickly and go, okay, where were the big moves yesterday? We saw it in Charter, Comcast, Microsoft, etc. Right? This view is going to change big time when we open today. But for me, I got an email last night, and someone was asking, like, hey, how do you prepare for the day? Now, obviously, I spent a lot of time doing a lot of research on just companies in general. So I'll give you an example. Let's say like UNH. I was familiar with their business, pretty familiar with their business, but last time I had read one of their annual reports was, I don't know, 2 years ago, maybe. So I actually read their annual report and their quarterly report and got to know that company. And I'll do that every day with a random company, whether it's Lam Research, did that the other day, whether it's McDonald's, whether it's BlackRock, whether it's whatever, Blackstone, just to kind of help get to know more about these companies on a deeper level. So I understand where they make money, how they make money, potential acquisition targets, all this stuff. Like, you can find out a lot about a company. That said, understand the macro and the relationships that we're dealing with. So we have an unchanged rate. We had the biggest week ever right now in earnings. I think it's set to kick things off to the upside, right? We've got plenty of momentum coming out of names like Apple, Netflix, Meta, etc. And it's going to pick up rising tide, right? It's rising tide lifts all ships. I'm kind of bullish on the names that have been beaten down a little bit in the sector. So I'm going to use semis as an example. They're kind of a little bit of a, I don't want to say a laggard, but a little bit like we're seeing big pops, right? And names like GEV or AMAT that are not normal. Like the Lam Research, they crushed their earnings. So we'll actually talk about that one a little bit today. It may actually be one of my first trades. But fundamentally, like being able to look at this, obviously we shorted names like UPS yesterday. It just helps, right? To kind of get an idea. I usually get rid of the 0% just to get an idea of like what's really moving and then filter it down so that I get to see the big movers over 2 to 3%. And this really helps me kind of get started for the day. So hopefully that helps. I'm not going to say who it was, but I thought maybe it'd be relevant or pertinent for those of you guys getting prepared for your day. And I like to start here and then move around and then go figure out what the stocks are doing using screeners. So if I kind of see these names and recognize, like obviously we knew what earnings were coming out this week, but it just kind of helps so that if you see, hey, what is ServiceNow doing today, for example, right? Like we saw that earnings weren't the greatest. Well, we all know big yellow line, my favorite, right? Helps put things in perspective. We get above it, might be able to go long. We go below it, may be able to go short. So we did mention Lam Research. I'm going to keep an eye on that one today as well. Similar thing, right? Anytime you have crossovers over the 200 for me, that kind of helps me on the day, intraday. Do we take a trade? Do we not? So we'll definitely focus on, we saw a big pop right here in NVIDIA. There's make mention that Jensen Huang is going to spend some time with Mr. Trump. So I feel like anytime there's like a conversation about Trump being involved in a CEO, magically those stocks start to move. AVGO, likely my first bullish position. Team, I'm looking for a pullback. So they had great earnings and guidance. They crushed. I think it's a little bit maybe too much. So pullback. You guys already know, what do we do when you see a big earnings push like this? Anybody? Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate that. Anybody? Anchor view up, right? So anytime we have a big move like that, especially around earnings, first thing you want to do, snap your anchor view up, right? Once that's there, what's the price action doing? And ironically, look at, there's an intersection right now at this 200 and the anchor view up. So as long as we stay above that, could look pretty good, right? AMD, but for whatever reason, just got sold into right here at the open. So maybe we'll stay away from that one today. But fundamentally, I am always kind of bullish on Amazon. I think this is Amazon's got a real bright future for bigger things, where they're making money, how they're investing money, etc. So be keeping an eye on them as well. Dell, ironically, I might actually do this as a swing trade. With all the talk of kind of AI, etc., they're going to become a distribution bottleneck in a good way for a lot of this stuff, and I think they might be able to benefit from it on their server side. So this could be an interesting price. Obviously, it's high was up at 180, so I may buy that today, just kind of nibble. But we will open here in literally 40 seconds. Again, be patient with me today. If kind of I feel like I'm running on a broken wing here with being a little sick, but appreciate y'all. Quick question for the group: what stocks are you taking a look at? Be curious to take a look. AVGO, we're going to be watching this right out of the gate. First position, more than likely. I'm seeing AMD, NVIDIA pull back, so let's see what AVGO does here at the open. And like always, trade safe. Let's make some good decisions today, make some dough. You can't see my chart. It should be a screen up at the top versus Clifton screen, then right next to a DVG screen. Just click on that. Anybody else having an issue with that? $237 Amazon. You see it now? Cool. Let's build on Amazon here. Actually, I may okay, we're in Amazon. Darn it. It's hard to post this, so let's see, it's over 237.30. And I'll add to this over 238 for a breakout on Amazon. I'm watching AVGO. I kind of like it here. Let's see what it does. I'm keeping an eye on NVIDIA in the meantime. And I do like AVGO, though, to the upside. Oh, boy, look at that. Look at that huge move in AVGO. Did I miss it? Nah. I'm going to add to Amazon here. Full-size ad. There we go. There's the pop. Amazon. Oh, AVGO. I might have missed it. Darn it. If it pulls back anything under 221, I'm going to just market order. Let's see. Okay, I like that. I like that. A little more. There it is. Okay. Let's go. 220.95. I'm going to add over 221.50. We get there. AVGO. I'm looking at NVIDIA now. Looking pretty good. Got. I'm looking for a partial on Amazon over this breakout here. Like, let's see if we get over 238.67. It'd be awesome to see 240 on it, but I don't know if it's going to happen. We'll see. Oh, that's gross, AVGO. What are you doing? Don't do that. All right, look for the breakout here on Amazon. I'm going to load it. I'm actually going to add just another half share size here. Amazon. This could be my biggest trade of the day. Let's see. Got a big position on it now. Okay. Come on, Amazon. Breakout, please. 240 would be awesome. That would crush. Being patient on AVGO. It's getting a little wild right now. That's okay, though. Look at Tesla moving now over 402. Could be interesting. AVGO's really, really making me nervous now. Guys, what do you think? Tesla? Long? I don't know. I'm not as optimistic about that one. It's a huge push, though. Jeez. You're looking at Meta, yeah. AVGO, terrible, terrible, terrible. Tesla looks kind of, wow, this could be interesting. I hate to keep going back to it, but man, this is like, look at this. Do we break out and try 412? Because 412 turns into 416. We know those are two big levels. Or does it fail here and we go straight down? Watching the cues. Also the SPY. I think we're going to break out on Tesla, y'all. Risky business, small size, 406, Tesla. Hate to do it, but I'm going to go for it. 406. Ta-da. Let's go, baby, go. There's our breakout. There's Meta tanking. That's what I want to see on Meta. I might Oh man, I missed that. I wanted it in the $700 range. We didn't quite get there today, but it's a big pullback on Meta. Come on, Tesla. Over 408. I'll double up the size. It's not a huge position for me, but you know, it's something. AVGO still hanging on, watching this 200 EMA. So if we get back near my entry, I'll probably add to it. I'll wait though. Mark, you've been trading that coin and MSTR every day, huh? It's like I think Jim and Tesla kind of the same thing. All right, guys, I might have to dump this AVGO position, unfortunately. Losing trade there. And ironically, anytime we see these big pops like this, I kind of like to short them more than go long. But every time I've done that, it turns around and, you know, will take off. So barely hanging on to AVGO now. I'm not going to trade out in that spike to the downside. I'll wait because we see some stability here in this area. Maybe we get a subtle undercut like it is now, and then we turn and burn. So I'm going to try to be a little patient, but I'm not going to hold on too much longer on AVGO. JPM pushing to the upside. All right, let's add to Tesla over 406 here. If we get there. Qs are pulling back though, pretty gross. So I'm more than happy to dump these and short something like a Meta. All right, we're out. AVGO, guys. Loss on this position here, unfortunately. And I'm going to add right now to Tesla. Half share size. There we go. So if this reverts back down to the downside anywhere around like 403, I'll get rid of that position as well. I want to see a strong push to like 410. Boom, take my 4 or 5 points off of this thing if we launch here on Tesla, which looks like it's happening. Look at Meta. Meta looks like it wants to go now. Strong push. Guys, I'm going to get my breakout here on Amazon. This will be a huge trade, guys, if we get the breakout over 238.67. I'm looking for that breakout. We're getting it now on Tesla. 410 first target. Watching Amazon as well. AVGO. I'm gonna give up on this position. I'll take it off. I like Meta. Whoever called that out. Look at this. Wow, that is a big. This thing is gonna rip on Meta. I hate to buy it up here, but that is a big deal right there. Full bearish engulf, full bullish engulf in 3 minutes. Well, here comes Tesla. I'll wait on Meta, but 694 could be interesting. All right, we'll do it. We'll do it. 694. Bad fill. 69410. We're in small size. 69410 Meta long. 69410. It's a baby size. We're building on this one. A lot of volatility this morning. It's a good thing. That's how we make money. Need Tesla to rip now. Here comes Tesla. And here comes Amazon. I've got a lot of money sitting on this Amazon trade though. I really need to see it go higher. Getting a haircut on AVGO. I don't like that, but it's recoverable, Just trying to be patient, let the trades play out a little bit, but this could turn into a red day pretty quick. And then for me, I'm looking for a push over 696 to add on Meta if we get there. So if 696, I don't care what the print is on market order. Trouble is right now, Apple's pulling back, right? AVGO tanking, which is unfortunate. But we do see, here comes Tesla. We'll take a partial here in a moment, guys. Beautiful trade so far, Tesla. Here it comes, getting close. You guys, that's close enough. We'll take a partial here in the 409 print. There we go. 34, 409.34. Not a bad fill. I'll take it. So we just got a partial here on Tesla. Beautiful trade. Now we need Meta to take off and Amazon to take off. I'm looking around for what's next. I'm going to pull up coin here in just a moment. I know our buddy Mark likes that one. MSFT. No. Let's look at who else reported. Team. LRCX. I like LRCX here actually. 82.15. 82.20. All right, 82.20 LRCX. Let's do it. We're in. Okay, we're in. LRCX long. 82.20. Good. NVIDIA looks great now as well. Here's our move on Tesla. Come on, Amazon. I got a lot of money sitting on this. I don't want to trim it. I want to see this. Look at this beautiful bull flag setting up. And we know there's some overhead resistance here, but if we get above here, I mean, 239, game on, baby. Tesla, beautiful trade, Tesla. Come on. NVIDIA now pushing. Here comes LRCX. I'll pull it up here. Breakout setup, by the way. That's why I took that. You want to see that pull back, hit that VWAP and push. This right here could get really violent really fast on Meta. So I'm keeping a very close eye on it. Again, over 696, I'm adding. And it's very close. It could happen in a blink of an eye. Here it comes. Here it comes. All right, guys, I'm going to put it actually out there. 69604 on Meta for an ad. If we get there, cool. If we don't, fine. But now, look at the Qs. Qs look like they're going to break out now, too. We get over that high of session today, we should break out to like 529.96, so about 530 on the Qs. Check VST, yeah. Those, I was watching them actually pre-market. Those were great names this morning. I'm not surprised to see a pullback, but maybe like this 170 area could be interesting for a purchase if it holds. CEG, kind of the same thing. I don't think it's, you know, profit taking makes sense, but you know, obviously with CEG, this big takedown from what was it? What was the name of that thing? Deep, whatever. I think that got everybody worried. And again, for me, I was more focused on this. Guys, here comes Meta. Bingo. Our ad is in on Meta. Look at this, guys. Watch the rip. I'm looking for $700 on Meta. I'm literally putting them up for sale right now. $700. Right on the dot. Let's go. So, by the way, I've been focused on this Japanese yen pairing. Let's see. LCR or LRCX. There goes our trade on LRCX. Smaller stock, but they had incredible earnings. It really was phenomenal earnings. Guys, look at Meta, baby. Let's go. Let's go. We are crushing today. AVGO hurt my feelings early on, but guys, we're in it. If Amazon breaks out right now, guys, send some love. I mean, this is a day for feeling like really bad, feeling sick. Guys, you know what? Here we go. Meta, $700. That's close enough for me. Close enough for me. Boom. Just took a partial. Big trade on Meta. Loving this. Look at Amazon with the breakout. Guys, we're on fire today. Come on, y'all. Let's get some love. Let's get some love around here. Amazon, let's go. We're looking 239 rip. Here it comes. Watch it. It should just go 239.50 in like a blink of an eye. Here it comes. I'm getting ready to take a partial here on Amazon. Huge trade from you guys this morning, all the way around. Tesla, I'm going to take a little bit off here. Amazon. All right, that's close enough. We'll take some off right there. Amazon for the W. Let's go. LRCX. It's a small enough position. I can let it. I'll let it ride a little bit more. Let's see if we get an actual proper breakout. Just because it's literally approaching an opportunity to push to the 52-week high of 113 bucks. So let's maybe see like an $85 print today on LRCX. We might be able to add that. It might be a little bit of a slower mover, but just incredible earnings for them, guys. I just have runners left on these three positions, but that alone, I could be done, but we're not. We're not done just yet. We're going to find a couple more trades. Let's look around. Beautiful, beautiful trades today. I'm going to swap this out for, I guess, Mark's loving MSTR and coin again. I don't know if I love those to the upside. I kind of like them to the downside, but before we make a decision, let's look at this. Yeah, I definitely want to short those names. I'll keep an eye on this. If I'll actually put an alert right here. If we cross that line on Bitcoin, we could get bullish. If we don't, I'm going to get bearish. Guys, beautiful move on Meta. That was freaking awesome. Loving that. Loving that. And Amazon, are you kidding me? We're looking for that breakout right here. Right here. We talked about it. And what happened? Boom, we got the rip. Got paid. Now, if it keeps going, great. We get to grow with it. Right? Guys, keep an eye on Microsoft right now. Microsoft looking like it wants to go now. Look at this. Over 419. Look at that. There's your crossover consolidation right down here at this 417 level. We know that that's a big level at 417, right? And now it's holding. It should push. Lamb Research pulling that back up. Here's our breakout, guys. I'm looking for an $85 handle. That would be ideal, but you already know how it goes. Pay yourself first. If we get north of 83, 83 and a half, I'm for sure taking some off of that. I mean, with their earnings, it should be, they should have a higher peg ratio, in my opinion. I mean, it was really a blowout quarter for them. So, maybe their PE ratio is pretty low as well. Guys, look at Tesla, look at Amazon, look at Meta. What's Apple doing? Gross. Nobody wants Apple. Should I short it? No, I won't. Where's the Seth? Are you out there? Let's see. Jim, you're done? Oh, wow. All right, cool. What, you took NVIDIA? Yeah, NVIDIA I think is going to be kind of a little bit of a choppy guy today. Guys, here's our breakout in Lamb Research. Anybody take Lamb with me? Come on now. Here comes Meta. We're over 700 bucks now, y'all, on Meta. Amazon, let's see, 240. All-time high on Amazon's 241, I think. I'll let the rest get up there. All right, 700 print, 701.50 high today on Meta. All right, I'm going to put some up for sale at 703 just because it's a weird number on Meta. Amazon, anybody? Anybody? Come on now. By the way, side note, we're experimenting with it, okay? But there is a tip us button that was added to the top of your screen. If you see that, if you're open to it, help us out. Again, that's more so, frankly, what we're trying to do is, if anything, build a little fun so we could do some fun giveaways. If anything, it would be kind of a neat way to do it. So it's really just giving back at the end of the day. But hopefully, if some of you guys took any of the trades we posted today, with the exception of AVGO, which unfortunately, a little egg on my face this morning from that trade. But hey, 3 out of 4 trades, big winners like this. Guys, these are huge winners. Huge, huge winners. I'm watching the Qs kind of get a little bit sluggish here, so I'm going to take some off of all my positions to the long side. We'll still leave some, but I don't want to give anything back today. Just bank some of this profit. And if it dances around and we have smaller size, that's fine by me. So let's hear Meta. That's good enough. I want a 701. There we go. 701 is good. Tesla 412. Sure, why not? That's good. And then Amazon. Okay, we'll cut that one in by a third. All right, there we go. Very limited exposure now. Good news is we banked a ton of money, so I'm sure my wife will be happy to spend that this weekend. Yeah, you're watching coin. All right, so LRCX, guys, I'm going to leave this one a little bit longer to run. I really want to see like an $83 to $85 print on it. But these other ones that are big, I trimmed up a bit. Let's see, coin. Well, see, here's the trouble. I don't like these false breakdowns where they like get price action here. But under like 295, coin looks interesting. By then, you know, you might miss out on a few points, but I do like this rejection right here. So we rejected, tried to get over the 200, rejected, tried again to the 200, rejected again. If it gets back up here, though, there's a good chance it breaks out. That's the trouble with a name like coin. So, like, if it gets some strength at like 299.5, it could easily push to 310. And look around. I mean, we've got the entire market right now, scorched earth to the upside. So that's the only concern I have with a name like coin or MSTR. And MSTR, as you know, I think that this stock should be worth nothing. Maybe not nothing, but you know, you're basically paying a premium for a company that owns Bitcoin. Why not just own the underlying asset? You know what I mean? Like that's where I have trouble with MSTR. So like what they're doing is basically raising capital via their stock offerings, paying a dividend, if you will, and then going and buying Bitcoin with it, and then relying on Bitcoin's future to dictate the value of their company. It's kind of, I mean, a lot more companies are actually starting to think about doing this, though. In fact, states and local municipalities are trying to do this too, which is, I think I mentioned that to someone and people were like, well, hey, that's kind of scary. Guys, here comes Meta. Let's go. Let's go. 703.50. You know what? 703 print. That's good enough for me. I'll take a little more. Thank you. And Amazon, will let the rest go because I really want to see it break out and get up to that 250 print. So maybe I hang on to it today, tomorrow. I don't know. But it's wonderful on those. So yeah, hopefully, I mean, I don't know. Mark, do you follow? What's Meta? Meat law? Wait a minute. Yeah, these two guys, I'm crushing on the, like this Amazon trade. I took a huge size on this one this morning. So when we got this breakout, it took half. It took another third off of that. So we still got a decent chunk here, but I mean, look at this Meta trade, guys. 10 points. 10 points. If I didn't wimp out and I kept my full, like, because we added, you remember, right? So we started a position small, get to a level, full, you know, half size add. Didn't want to go full size and risk that much. Tesla was kind of the same thing. Came in, retested, got at our level, hit it for a little bit more, hit it for a little bit more once we got the pop, and now, you know, we banked, you know, 4 or 5 points. To give you perspective, if you only used 50 shares in that equation, which, by the way, LRCX, guys, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Where else are you gonna find it? Come on. And I'm under the weather. Let's go. That's why we're the best community out there, rocking and rolling. Jim, you talk about MSTR as far as mining goes. You know what? Look, there's talk or speculation. I would be surprised, but the thing is, like, if you really want to go to the number one miner, that's I would say the most underserved company right now. It's these guys. Is Mara. Riot is whatever. I don't really think that they're going to have too bright a future. Where I'm more bullish, I'd say just in crypto in general, is going to be in names like like the transactional ones are going to always be, I think, Bitcoin, names like Cardano, whatever. That'll actually kind of hold some stability, right? And again, this is speculation. Cue the disclaimer, right? It's not financial advice. But where I really think there's going to be more value is going to be in names like Ethereum, because Ethereum is, it's what I've said for years. Like it's the plumbing. No one likes plumbing. Is not sexy. You know what I mean? Like, but no one really wants to buy that. But at the same time, it's completely important, right? Like you don't care about plumbing until it you have water leaking from the third floor of your house, and then destroying everything below it. So, is it sexy? No. I think Ethereum, though, is going to likely be the big winner in crypto, because more and more countries are going to enable blockchain. So forget crypto for a minute, but blockchain in and of itself, we're already seeing it being used in big enterprise, and blockchain as a technology. I don't care who you are. That is the future. Guys, I'm going to take a partial on LRCX here. We got exactly what I was looking for out of that. I want more, but I'll let the rest run. Zero risk on all my trades, even Amazon. Jay, just go back to it real quick. So blockchain, though, I think is going to be the future regardless. What troubles me a little bit, like even in the last Jerome Powell speech, is his concern, quote unquote, and desire to have more regulation and oversight to crypto. That's a red flag for me for the crypto markets. And I only say it's a red flag because the whole point of blockchain is to have an immutable record that no one can touch, no one can manipulate, no one, right? It's a distributed ledger. So no one person has control over that. Everyone could see it. So I'll give you an example with a car. If I bought a car for $500 and I sold it for $1,500, right? Everyone gets to see what happened in that transaction in the blockchain. Like it's not like, oh, how much money did you make off of that? Like, no, it's pretty obvious. I bought it for $5,000, I sold it for $1,500, I made $1,000. And then if that person, $1,500 sells it for $3,000, ta-da, that's great. And if you think about it, most public records are like that. You buy a house, sell a house, it's the same way. Property records keep track of a lot of that information, right? Especially on the tax side of the house. But all that's managed by public record and governments, right? But like cars and stuff like that, you have no clue. No clue. Like, was it in a flood? Like, and they have all these companies that have come out that try to keep track of that stuff. But there's ways you could retitle and repurpose autos now. So there's ways to get around this stuff, especially if you're buying like high-end cars. So anyway, blockchain will get rid of that, and I think that is the future. That way, if you ever have, God forbid, like a E. coli outbreak or something, you could know which farm did it, which grouping of that farm was infected, and isolate where it was distributed. I mean, it's a pretty powerful technology. But anyway, I digress. You have a plumber working right now down in your ground floor, Mark. Replace some copper with PVC. There you go. Case in point. Are you getting insulated? Hopefully you do, because it's getting colder out here these days. Guys, Tesla. I'm going to see what it does at 416. Really, 414 is kind of, I want to see what it do there. But now that we breached it, 416 is going to be my next, take some money off the top. And then with Meta, I mean, I don't know. We're approaching its all-time high, right? 710 is its all-time high. So, I mean, I'm paying myself on the way up there, right? Let's see. So let's pull up MSTR again. This is what I'm talking about, MSTR and coin. You see this? These turnarounds, they're just violent. Look at that. If you were in here short, that's 2 points in like a blink of an eye. So let's see. It's definitely not sexy, but it's costly to repair. A great trade for young adults who aren't interested in college. Yeah, I do. I have a couple of really good friends of mine that are they've got like so they just had kids and stuff, but they're teaching their kids, so they're trying to have like 2 generations of plumbers. And what was really cool is actually, so I have another friend of mine that was a developer, and I introduced it to him. Like he already had other plumbers and stuff, and I was like, hey, well, talk to a friend of mine, and we all just had a beer and some dinner or whatever, no big deal. And now they do business with each other like all the time, and it's pretty great. Like he was telling me, like, hey, that one deal turned into whatever amount of money. And I'm sitting there going like, okay, well, for the rest of your life, you're buying me drinks then. you're paying for dinner, you're buying drinks. No, definitely, it's a great trade, yeah, for sure. Guys, Tesla, no need. 416. All right, we said it. We'll take a partial here. 416. Got it. Amazon, I will wait for the all-time high now. There's no reason. I already took most of my money off of this trade, but let's go see what 242 looks like and go from there. A couple points away. And LRCX, just what a fabulous. I'll let this one run. Stop loss will be, call it, I don't know, 81.30. So I'll give it some room to dance. JPM pulling back pretty sharply though. Let's do what we talked about. Okay. Here comes Bitcoin. There's my notification. It's going through that level. There it is. So maybe time to get bullish coin. Everything's moving higher. Look at that. I didn't take the coin long trade because technically it was below the 200, aiming lower, etc. But that's where I was like, hey, if it gets over 299.50, it would look good to the upside, and your risk would be pretty limited, maybe $1 to the downside. But seeing the Qs and the SPY now on full-blown afterburner mode to the upside, and we'll probably hit some resistance right where we're at now in the Qs, this 530 print. So in this scenario is usually where I take, more and more profits off, but we already did that, guys. We already took our profits. So, all right, let's look around. What else do we see? I don't like Apple at all. I'm going to get rid of Meta, guys, just because we took most of our money. I literally put my stop loss down at, I don't know, 692. I'll move it up at some point, but like I want to let the rest dance on this thing. Same with Amazon. Put it down here at like 237.5. We already banked a ton of money on all these trades. And with Tesla, like I don't know. I couldn't have really asked for more on Tesla. By the way, I just noticed I spelled Tesla TSOL. That is Tesla up in our post. So apologize for the typo there. So one big loser today, AVGO. Everything else, though, I'd say we shredded it pretty good. What is this doing? Oh, gross. Look at this. Yikes. Bad earnings. I mean, I saw Chevron this morning, Exxon, and Conoco all to the downside. Not surprising. We talked about copper, etc., as not being sexy. Oil right now is not sexy. In fact, I'd say it's very out of, was it vogue or chic, whatever you want to call it, because on the one hand, you've got Trump saying, we're going to drill, baby, drill. It's going to be the biggest drilling operation you've ever seen. So you've got that happen. And then you also have on the other side, like no one wants people to drill right now. Like oil's kind of losing its luster a little bit. For like, I'd say the newer investors. Let's see if VST finds some footing right around here. I wouldn't mind grabbing some at the 167 to like even actually right here, 170.30 area. Is that the low of day today? 170.50. That's pretty darn close. All right, guys. I don't like how volatile Meta is, so I'm gonna take some more off of Meta. In fact, I'll just close it. I'm closing Meta. Tesla. What do I do with Tesla? Guys, look at AVGO now. That's gross. We got in, pushed higher, got taken out. Now it's right back in there. Tricky little games they're playing. I knew it. AVGO is gonna. I mean, it's gonna be the leader right up there with NVIDIA, and NVIDIA might be overbought, but I think Broadcom's got some real opportunity to run to the upside along with AMD, just based off kind of what they're doing specifically around AI. AMD, the only concern is its chips, and they've always been kind of behind, I would say, NVIDIA. But there's a lot of money down here. Like 115 to 118, there's a lot of money that's bought into that. And then when you see names like LRCX, right? Like they work very closely with Marvell. They work closely with NXPI. Actually, this is another one I'm going to start to get real bullish on, maybe as a swing trade, is NXP. They're doing a lot more in like the LiDAR / autonomous driving stuff than most people give them credit for. So this could be an interesting trade longer term, NXP. So I'm gonna keep an eye on that probably the next week or so, just to see what happens. And they don't have as many restrictions for Chinese exports. So be on the lookout for that. I'm going to get rid of Meta here. I'm going to look around here, see what else we can find, if there's anything of interest. By the way, we still have the short. It's a small short, but at 565 on MasterCard from yesterday. It was a tough one to survive. It was 10 points, but it was a baby-sized trade because I wanted to see this happen. So I'm going to let today kind of play out in and around that 565 area. Let's see if we get around there. I might be willing to add to that short long term. Because on the one hand, yes, they made a ton of money, but now their valuation, in my opinion, is a little too aggressive, especially for their PEG ratio. So trying to get in there around that 565 was my goal. We're in. So let's see what happens over the next, I don't know, month. But they had fabulous earnings. Fabulous earnings. Guys, I don't like this pullback on Amazon. We banked most of our money already, but I wanted more. All right, guys, keep an eye on NVIDIA because he's going to be, Jensen's going to be meeting with Trump. So let's see what that means, what that happens. You know what I mean? Like the last time we saw that meeting take place with CEO and Trump, it was for, what do you guys remember the name of the project? Anybody? Nobody? I'm just talking to myself here. It involved this company. Oh my gosh, look at AVGO now. All right, Amazon, I'm going to let it play out a little bit, but still, I really don't like this pullback. You're kind of falling into that retest, and if it breaks, it could easily dump just so that they do a liquidity grab, and I'd be stuck, forced to get out. So that kind of stinks. AVGO, look at this. There's the move. Cleared us out. It worked brilliantly. Thanks, institutional money. Wiped me out and then pushed it back higher. I think this has still got a lot more room to the upside. Dan, data centers, Jim, whoa, up, AMD, up, okay. Yeah, again, I like AMD. I'm going to watch NVIDIA. AVGO is my favorite out of the group at the moment. I think I got shaken out. This just goes to show, guys, part of trading is knowing your limit, knowing your loss, knowing your target, knowing your plan. So I really could have had a second chance just right here, 218.70 over this 200. I was looking at other stocks. I had it up on one of my other screens, but this thing for sure should rip. I mean, it should probably like 224, 225. AVGO is still a very, very, very well priced stock in that range. Now, granted, that's assuming markets continue to stay bullish, which right now they are bullish, right? Just collectively look at the Qs. We're now moving through a big key level of resistance. I should have showed this to you guys earlier because this was already marked up. But look, like this whole zone, this red zone, you see it? It literally has been every time we get in there, sell. Every time we get in there, sell. Every time we get in there, like once we got above this area, yeah, then we finally take off. But every time we've hit this level, sell, 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 right? We barely got into it here, sell. We got into here, barely got over. Every time, consolidate, sell, big sell, right? Well, we're there now. We're right here. So if we see a push higher, guys, this is breakout potential. You know, new all-time high, possibly. Maybe not today. Maybe, though. I mean, I think people are kind of getting less concerned about the tariffs and realizing there's opportunity there. So I'm really kind of kicking myself now. We would have been 4 for 4 on if we got AVGO. Bummer, right? Oh, well. So where's AMD? Keep NVIDIA up on your screens, y'all, too. Because whenever this meeting goes live with Trump, I have a feeling it's going to start to pop. Guys, AVGO, golly. Oh, man, that really, really stings here. This was like what I was looking for earlier this morning. And instead they're like, oh, DVG's buying this stuff. Yeah, let's tank them. Let's tank them. Oh, well. Guys, LRCX looking beautiful. I'm going to hold the rest of this thing for, I don't know. There's no need for me to sell this thing right now. I mean, I took my partial. I love this setup. The volume is pretty low still, but the consistency is buying. So I don't even mind if it does pull back. Heck, I don't even mind if I take a small loss on it for the rest, you know, during the trading day. But I really, 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 really like their earnings call. And the fact that we, you know, pushed. In fact, we could use an example. What do we use, guys, whenever we have a big move like that, especially on earnings or news or anything like that? What do we do? Anchored VWAP, right? I try to repeat these things so that it's what do they say? Repetition helps you remember. I don't know how the saying goes, but fundamentally, once you see this, it's hard to unsee it. And then what'll happen is you'll create that behavior. And as we all start looking at stocks together in the community, you guys can look at things like that. Like maybe you liked, I don't know, one of the other stocks that reported for earnings that maybe I'm not looking at, maybe, you know, is not being brought up, but you're watching it, right? Let's just say it was, I don't know, Caterpillar, right? And I don't have the same setup I have on others. I do have Caterpillar marked up a bit, but not, you know, maybe not eyeballing it as much as someone else. Well, if you are, and we're all looking at things kind of in the same way, well, it makes it easier to communicate, right? So let's use, I'll go big chart here on LRCX real quick, LRCX. And we'll go back to when the earnings happen right here. What do? Anchored VWAP, snap it, bingo. Now it's that heavy white line. Notice the levels. Once we broke below, great. But then they started talking about, you know, forward guidance. Once we got above it, it stayed above it the whole time. You guys notice that? Look at bounces here, bounces here. Look at pre-market bounces there this morning, bounce, took off. So I was watching 200 and my anchored VWAP. Perfect bounce. We get in, it takes off. This is breakout zone now. Right? Like where's 85 is the next target. And there's earnings to prove it this time. Here was just like markets were bullish. So anyway, hopefully that helps. We're looking at stuff again, back to someone that asked in a private message, hey, how do you prep for your day? Can you help us walk through that? There's a plan. It's always a plan. You can have a watch list, you can do whatever you want, but taking pot shots isn't always going to work out. Sometimes it does. But you want to be disciplined in your trade, B, your targets, and C, make sure you focus on rule number 1, which is pay yourself first. All right, so let's see. Jim, 125. You talking about NVIDIA? You're probably talking about NVIDIA, aren't you, Jim? Here comes LRCX. Did anybody take LRCX? Show of hands, anybody? Because this is like, I normally don't trade stocks that are, let's be honest, probably less than $100. But I think the other day, as an example, we did IonQ, and I was looking for a move like this, and instead it just kind of did this. And that's part of the reason I don't like these less expensive stocks, is you're not going to always get those big moves like you get in like a Tesla or what, So I'm trying to get better at finding some of those names, but like Lam Research is not this is not a small company. It is a big company. But they're an unsung hero. And, even they're kind of like an ASML. So ASML is kind of the same thing. Even at 750, this is still a good deal. And they blew out their earnings, But they're literally they're the ones that your Reddit traders and all that stuff, they're not going to talk about these stocks. But if you understand, these are the guys, without these guys, ASML and Lam Research and, Supermicro, SMCI, NVIDIA can't make their chips. You need them. And then there's another one, Lumentum. So they do some interesting stuff around anti-forgery lithography type equipment that is now kind of being used in chip making, which is really kind of fascinating. It's a newer thing that they're trying to use, but let's see if anything happens there. And I'm not sure if these guys are going to be the ones that do it, but they're literally one of the biggest names out there for anti-forgery / money creation, etc. Real money creation, when you're trying to print $100 bills or Canadian or Australian dollars, whatever it may be. NVIDIA, guys, let's keep it up. I'm going to watch this one. It's going to get volatile probably here in a moment. I think, Jim, hopefully you took it and you got your 125 rip. AVGO, yeah, beautiful, beautiful move on AVGO. I actually still think it's good here at this consolidation point, 221. It is risky, though. You'll have to probably expand some of your risk tolerance on it. I'm very tempted to take it again, even though I got ran over once. So I don't know. Maybe we pull back a tiny bit, but look at the cues. The SPY looks like it's going to just launch any minute. All-time high, 610.78, guys. We're at 608.83 on the SPY. You're trying to tell me we're not going to inch a point and a half? The one that's still far away from its all-time high is the Qs. 539.15, we're at 530. So you still got to move, 1.5% to the upside on the Qs. Which after this week of earnings, the only laggard really was Microsoft, and you could argue they had growth in other areas in their business that were pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good. But to look at something and go, oh, hey, your year-over-year growth in Azure for this same period last year was 33%, but this year it was 31%. Now keep in mind that 2% is worth, mega bucks, to a company that makes, has a market cap of $3 trillion. But Yeah, cue the disclaimer, MD. It's just, look, Ethereum is like plumbing. So if you want, you can, I'm sure you probably watch on YouTube on a rewind, but basically, I think people are really starting to get what blockchain really is. Like there's crypto and then there's blockchain. What this whole like crypto narrative, it's based on technology. So like everybody's getting excited, for example, like on what's the newest buzzword, right? That we've all been hearing about. There's two. In energy, we have nuclear, right? That's not a new thing. That's a very old use of technology, right? But very prevalent now. Like, wait, how clean is nuclear? Well, it is. I mean, you just can't have a problem. You can't have a meltdown, right? Then you have a really big issue. But more recently, we have quantum computing, which I think it's already in use, to be honest, in other ways. But we don't have to talk about that. But quantum, I think, is here to stay. Obviously, Jensen made a comment that look, quantum's 3 to 5 years out or whatever, which is he's not lying. It is for practical applications, but AI has accelerated in the last 3 years faster than it has in the last 50 years in 3 years, if that makes sense. And I was like, I'm pretty involved in the AI space and the blockchain space, to be honest, for a long time. And being involved in the AI space, it's phenomenal because you get to see all these great changes, but the cost of chips get cheaper, the models get better, and the level of computational inference you could create in these models is 10x what you used to be able to do, right? Like you could literally explode a laptop off of just using all the RAM in a laptop in pretty short order, but now they've got servers that you can use that are, incredibly powerful. So anyway, going back to the original question, is blockchain is the real technology that makes crypto work. Crypto is just kind of like a fad that everybody got involved in with their meme coins and their name, Bitcoins and their Cardanas and their Shiba Inus and their fill in the blank coins, right? I'm not against it. I get it, but it literally is like the only thing that really I think will have intrinsic value if they can continue to maintain its scarcity will be Bitcoin. I think they're trying to make Cardano a little bit more stabilized as far as like a transactional currency that doesn't fluctuate as much. But Ethereum is the plumbing. There's another one I'm trying to think of off the top of my head, but Ethereum is kind of the predominant one. It's like, in fact, who was it? Mark talking about getting some work done in the basement, but copper is kind of like the most common form of plumbing. Obviously, if older homes, you've got galvanized steel. Now they're introducing, new, PVC/Pyrex type plumbing these days, right? It's plastic, basically. But the most predominant one is copper, right? So think of Ethereum as kind of like the copper piping for blockchain. And the more you get a better understanding of blockchain, you understand the value of what cryptocurrency does. But people are tying cryptocurrency to a lot of negative connotation. But what they're trying to do is now create a foundation of PEX. Thank you, Mark. Yep, thank you. It is PEX. So like Ed, you're talking like XRP. Cool. Like I have a lot of friends that bought that when it was like, worthless, 7 cents, 10 cents, whatever. And now it's worth like $3 and they think they're like, heroes. I'm like, look, that's cool. And that could become a transactional system. Sure. Right. I'm not opposed to that. But the problem is like now you're betting on coins that you have no idea like which one's going to be actually worth something. Versus if you look at what the underlying technology does in the spirit of talking about what's innovative about technology, it's the blockchain itself. So hopefully that makes sense. And if you're not familiar with blockchain, check it out because that's the important part of all this crypto hype that I think. Now I'm not opposed to it. I think it's great that there's a lot of people getting excited about it and a lot of people taking an opportunity to invest in it. But it's also extremely risky. You hear about these rug pulls from some random coin that's created and someone loses like $150,000. Well, I'm not going to say I told you so. It's not my place to do that, but it is risky, right? You have to find out like, okay, what are the foundational components if you're going to invest in crypto longer term? Which names have staying power? And for me, like Ethereum hasn't gone anywhere. It's been there from the beginning. And there's like 2 others that I would say kind of fit in that profile, but really Ethereum is the leader. And I've actually been trying to tell a couple buddies of mine, they're like, hey, you know, I own Ethereum down at like, so 900, 1100, and 1700. I took some off when it hit, I think it was like $3,900 or something like that. I took some off just because I didn't know what was going to happen to the space. But now if you look at $3,300. So, I mean, I think there's definitely some real opportunity for Ethereum when you look at proportionally to Bitcoin. In fact, let's do it on Big Chart. You guys interested in this stuff? Do you guys even trade cryptos? I don't even know. So like here's Ethereum, and if you add Bitcoin over it, let me do something real quick. Can you guys see my screen? Yeah, no problem, MD. Yeah, hit the tip button. Maybe that's what I'll do to go on. If you guys want the rants, it'll be the tip button. Otherwise, we'll just look at the trade stuff. All right, so here's what I mean. So if you look at this proportional to Bitcoin and Ethereum, right? You could argue the peaks and the troughs look pretty similar, right? Like they trade side by side, kind of. However, if you look at the disparity between them, now obviously one is a $100,000 asset class, the other is $3,300, right? It's the proportion of it is kind of like, if you could imagine, they're treating Bitcoin as the price of the house and Ethereum as the price of the plumbing, almost in that perfect example, right? Like if you've got a $100,000 house, you probably spent $3,000 on plumbing, right? If you have $1 million house, it's probably $30,000 in plumbing. So it's an interesting, like proportional trade. However, you can't transact without Ethereum. You can't have water in your house without plumbing. So where's that? When does this disparity get shortened a bit? If that makes sense. And I think that it's when people wake up to that fact, I think, you know, Ethereum will find a baseline of power wherever that, and who knows, it might be right here. It might be at $3,500, which is not a bad valuation for it, in my opinion. But, you know, at some point you don't really want to trade ETH or get rid of ETH because it's going to keep its value. But I don't think people will transact in Ethereum because, anyway, I digress. Cue the disclaimer, guys. It's not financial advice. Do what you want. I know some guys that I know, as soon as you talk about anything to do with crypto, they just get really, really upset. And I'm like, look, guys, spend a lot of time understanding blockchain for this very reason. I'm not saying there's not opportunity. Of course there is. There's opportunity in everything. There's also risk in everything. Anyway, I digress. Paul, you got in at 800 on ETH. Cool. And you do trade cryptos. Right on. Yeah, I think I love it. I think it's great. I think it's an awesome way to pique interest of, you know, younger traders, older traders to have, you know, a diverse, you know, more diverse asset class. I think that's a good thing. It's also the same reason, like, I think when this market, it's coming. I can't promise anything. Again, back to cue the disclaimer. But when we start to get closer to fundamentals in how asset classes trade, mark my words, a lot of day traders, the same way we saw like a big peak of like real estate agents and stuff like that came into markets, and then they've kind of evaporated a little bit, you know. The same thing's gonna happen with day traders, I think, because people aren't learning fundamentals. They're looking at a chart going, oh, you know, this looks like a whatever ascending triangle or something, and I get it. Like, that's cool. That's one way to trade. That's one, you know, it's one box to check, I'll say. But if you can't read an income statement, a financial statement, and understand what it means to a business, and we're talking like at a big level, you're going to be in trouble. If you don't understand how PE ratios work, peg ratios, or, you know, how do you calculate these things? Why does it matter? Like, all that stuff is going to start to become incredibly important. And if people aren't doing their due diligence, yeah, day trading will become an unfortunate series of events, I think. Guys, AVGO, look at this Nike swoosh. Just do it. That's unfortunate. We missed out on that, guys. But the good news is LRCX target was 83.5. We're there. I'm going to let it keep going. Let's see if we can get maybe 85, 86 by whenever. I'll swing this trade at this point. AVGO, I'm going to cry into my pillow tonight when I go to bed. Guys, keep an eye on Microsoft here at 417. Let's see what it does. This is a pretty ugly pullback. Did anybody take AVGO, by the way? I got to find another trade. I mean, pretty incredible, though. 2% move on LRCX. Like, if you made that with me today, just on LRCX, just on this one trade, guys, usually your 401k will pay you, I don't know, on average 6 to 8% a year. Don't get me wrong, there's other years I'm sure you'll probably see, excuse me, 12, 15, 18% returns, but cyclically over 5 years on average, about 6 to 8%. Just made 2% on one trade. It's pretty awesome. TEM is breaking out. Let's take a look. Yeah, actually, RGTI. I've been watching this quantum space. That's actually why I pulled it up earlier. I'm tempted to buy like something like QUBT. Just hit it for like 10,000 shares. Just hit like a massive purchase on it. But I let's be honest, can't do it. That's why I was watching like IonQ. Again, it's good to see it moving today. Rigetti, same group. I think that these companies will likely have a high probability of getting acquired before they actually do anything. Jim, shout out to you on NVIDIA. Hopefully you took that trade. It's up at 126 and change. I'm keeping an eye on it just because I want to see what Trump says about it. They could easily turn into a big rip, because it's approaching that the big level now for NVIDIA is that like 128 to 129 areas. Call it even, let's just cut, split the difference, 128.5. It's more like a zone on NVIDIA, and we're getting close to it, where there's like a big area of let me ask a question, actually. Accumulation distribution strategies. Do you guys use that? Anybody know what that is? It's okay if you don't. Guys, AVGO, what a missed opportunity. Hopefully some of you guys took that. Huge move. Golly. So this kind of look, I've been doing this a long time, guys, and it still bothers me. Like, to get in have it break out, fail to break out, get taken out, turn around, and then do the breakout. That bothers me still. Which tells me one big thing, though. Timing. Our job is timing the market. So I could have easily just, hey, look, got taken out there, wait for the breakdown, and if we got above 200, put an alert, and then go long, get a better entry. So nice. That's so cool. Yeah, LRCX is just, I'm going to leave that till whenever. And I could have argued to do the same thing on AVGO once we get over like this level right here. Actually, you could even say this. So 222, that's your breakout. That's what I was hoping happened right here earlier today. And we got really close, and then we failed and came back down. Now this is the real breakout. So missed out on that, but the real question is where's the top side of that breakout? Let's go big chart. By the way, look at Ethereum. Loving that. So here's a fun one. What do we do when you see a big move like this? Everybody knows. Everybody knows. And then what's second question? In a perfect world, where do you want to see your retrace on a move like this to show a change of character? Anybody? Jim, take it easy. Cheers, bud. So we first start with what? Anchor view up. Then take your measured move on the initial move here. Here we go. And you mark 50%. There's your level. So you want to see change of character get to here, 50% retrace. Ideally, for things to be bullish, and you have to have market in favor, sector, and right, like all that stuff has to, line up. That's what I was hoping for today. Like when I was taking this trade and planning this trade, when whoever was asking, how are you planning your day? I wanted to see a push to get above here and then continue. This shakeout, then breakout. Welcome to the world of big boy trading. They found, retail traders trying to maybe do the same thing as I did, but basically shake them out, knowing they could probably buy it a little bit cheaper and get a rip. So they got me. What can I say, right? Looking at, going back, what I'll write or note in my journal is, hey, wait for the retest of the 200. But the trouble is sometimes you don't get that retest, right? I mean, Meta was another example this morning. Beautiful retest, and like literally just stepped right on it and took off, right? Look at this. Step on, keeps going. Step on, keeps going. Step on, holds, and then we got in the trade, right? And then I knew where my stop would be. It's right under that 200. Then we got a nice rip, paid ourselves all the way through the top. Now we've got, no trade on Meta left. But, guys, here's this 417.60 level. This is let's hit Microsoft right now. Let's do it. Long Microsoft. That's my next trade. MSFT long 417.90. Okay, I'll put this on a separate screen here. Look at Dell. This is what I was talking about. This I think has, like, this could be a swing trade, and you've wiped out this little area of uncertainty. So this could be a decent trade long term, decent swing. Let's see, what is Snow doing? I think Snow's got a chance for problems in the future. Still no trade on Microsoft, really? How did we not get filled? I must have put it in after that 93 spike. We'll probably get it right now. No worries. 417.60 is the level. There we go. Now we're in. 417.60 is what I really wanted to get in at on Microsoft, but that's okay. So I want to see this area get tested. Here's the undercut. So maybe it starts to look a little bit like our AVGO chart now. Wouldn't that be cool? Just get up here like 425 area. Make 7 points. Boom. Never say never. DVG's in the house. All right, guys, we're approaching 11 o'clock. I am a little under the weather. We've had some phenomenal trades this morning. I want to shout out to you guys. A couple things. Were any of you guys able to take any of the trades that I posted today? Anybody? Yes, Paul, thank you. So one person, cool. Let's pull up NVIDIA again. Watching MA. All right, Amazon, I'm gonna leave alone just because it's good to go. I like this rejection on MA. I'm going to add a small chunk to my swing to the downside on MA. Hopefully we don't bounce here. But if we get underneath this view up, I'll add. Microsoft, come on. It looks great for a short, but we're running into that area of like 417.60 is the area of kind of support for Microsoft. So it looks great for a short from the sense that like big downside move under the 200. This was a little bit of a kind of a hero trade, so I'm not going to risk it too much. If we put in a session low, I'm done. So it looks like it's going to happen right now. Vincent, I missed everything. Sorry, Vincent. Yeah. All right. Well, Microsoft. I'll give it a chance to bounce here. If it doesn't, we'll just dump this thing. It looks great for a short, but after seeing this bounce into that 417.60 area, I thought maybe we'd see something a little bit more like this AVGO trade. You know, it came into right here, into this little like undercut support, and then took off. But take a little bit off the LRCX trade, just a tiny bit. All right, guys, I'm going to add to the MA short. Again, this is a swing trade, so it's not like I'm waiting for today to do it. You know what else we haven't looked at or talked about in a while? So I took some money off of this trade a while ago. Options that expired on the 31st. Target price was $5.95 on Intuit. And anybody remember why we took it? I think it was, I want to say it was Senol, maybe. But as it dipped here to the low side, we were getting paid on those options. And then literally yesterday, I got rid of pretty much the entire position. VST, cool. So with that. Same kind of setup. You're thinking like AVGO? Looks like it. I like it. I would keep an eye on the 200. Let's see what it does there. If it push, great. And then you could add over the close. I actually might take this trade with you. Are you already in it, Mark? God, this AVGO trade is really just staring at me and pissing me off. I'm gonna get rid of it. Here's the good news, guys. Whee! Tesla. All right. Look at that. Did you see that rejection right there? Pow! The power of computers. I'll keep an eye on that though. I like that. Yeah, I know it. Yeah. I'm barely hanging on to this thing. Barely. Like I'm watching level 2 right now, and it's gross. There was a big seller that showed up here. I mean, obviously you see it with the candle, but like literally you saw that they were up for sale up here at like 418.33, and then they dropped their sell price down to where this spike happened, and they just sold right into it. So now people are getting out of the way, like, ooh, is that a big seller? Is that like going to continue? Maybe. Or is it more games, right? So I'm trying to have a little bit more, faith in the move. But the problem is like markets can be irrational longer than you can be solvent. So it's good to have a plan and get out of the way, right? Yes, Sanal, yeah. Yeah. It was immediately sold right when I got into. That's the terrible part. I don't know if did you take that same trade? Because that looked like it was going to go for it, and that failure, that's a big red flag for me. But if I see this bounce now, I will happily add it. Call it 417.60. So I normally don't add to a quote unquote losing trade underneath my initial entry. But I know 417.60 is a big level. That's why it's this really big white line here on my charts, and it has been for a long time. So you could almost call it a zone, right? So let's call it from here to here. You know what I mean? It's like a buy zone. So I'm going to try to be a little more patient. It is gross though. I mean, that was a pretty nasty drop. But if we get back through that level, I'll definitely add. I want to see maybe something up here. All-time high, 420, or not all-time high, but session high, 421-ish, maybe. So if I want, let's say in that example, I want, 4 points? I got to be willing to risk 2 points. You're like 2 to 1. BST looks great here. Let's do 174.90. Stop loss will be just under the VWAP. So let's see, 174.90 VST. Where's that posted? I'm gonna go VST 174.90. I miss the colors. That's the one thing I don't really love about this new system. I might actually probably move my entry a little bit lower. We'll leave it at 174.90 for now. But if I can get a better entry, good. So what we're trying to see here is 174.90, then pop up to the close, then we add and let it rip. If it fails and goes here to 173.27, cool. Like we lost on a smaller size. Yeah, we're in. But now if we get this push though, right? I may even, if we get over this, call it 175.60. I like it. Let's do it. 175.60. I'll add more. Assume we get there. And then I will add again over the close, see if we get a push. All right. Michael, yeah, sorry. It sucks. It happens. That was like, it was this failed turn, like that really, I was watching the level 2 actually when that happened too. And again, when I saw that happen on AVGO again earlier this morning, that hurt too, because we had literally right here, there were buyers stacked up, and I was in the move, right? Buyers stacked up, and then all the buyers left. They literally just left. On the level 2, you saw them completely just like leave the screen, and all that was left were sellers. So they all got filled and pushed it lower, and I got caught. It happens, But that trade ultimately would have worked out, could have worked out, should have worked out. It's just a matter of, sometimes timing the jump rope, you're a little bit off. You know what I mean? So if we get back up through 117.60, I'm going to add to Microsoft, and then AVGO. I hope someone took it. I think Jennifer took it. Hopefully. Yes, yeah, also you need to have your pre-market numbers on if you're using charts. you have to have, otherwise it won't look the same. Like if I turn off my after hours, where is it? Where is it? Where in the heck is it? Here we go. So I just do regular trading sessions. It'll change where that 200 is versus where is it in extended trading. So important to note. There it is, Microsoft, still in it. 417.60. Look what happened at that exact number. Okay. Look what just happened. We got up to 417.60 on the dot and then rejected. So that doesn't give me the warm and fuzzies. Now I will put my ad up there at 417.61 because if we get there, we should take off. LRCX working beautiful, 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 beautiful. $84 now. AVGO. I just, guys, give me something else to look at. Coin, give me something else. I can't keep looking at that. I need to pull it off all my screens because I'm like kicking myself. All right, guys, getting ready for the ad here on Vistra. I put it up there. 175.44. That's where I put it. Then we've got our ad waiting on Microsoft. Tell you what, if we get above this here, I may even do a more chunky ad on Microsoft. Because here's a big reason. You ready? Check this out. Does that look like it's slowing down to you? I mean, new session high on its way, should break out. I mean, we should be doing this any moment. Should and will, cue the disclaimer, markets can be tricky. Trade money you can afford to lose. Mark, maybe try to reload. Everyone else can hear me? Hello, hello? Mark's saying that there's no sound. Yep, okay. Yeah, maybe Mark, or who was it? No sound here. Mark, try to re-enter. Coin looks awesome. If 305 is literally just a speed bump for it, it should go to 310 today. I was actually looking at that one earlier today when we were talking about it. So yesterday, here comes coin. Yay. Or sorry, Microsoft. So I was looking at something kind of interesting on coin yesterday, which it's kind of ugly, but might take shape. So I may actually end up taking this trade. We'll see. But where is my here? No. All right. Aha. Here we go. That's what I was looking for. So okay. Anybody remember this pattern? Anybody? Anybody remember this? Oops. Anytime you're using trend lines, clone them. That's why cloning exists. Don't make another one. And if they fit, great. Don't force the fit. But what does that look like? Paul, gold star for you, my friend. Gold star for you. So what do we do then, Paul, on this type of a move? If that is a cup and handle, let's just, it's not exactly one, but you could argue it kind of is, because if you look left, this kind of looks like a cup and handle too. Kind of, right? But I was looking at this yesterday. So what do you do? How do you figure out how high you could potentially move on that? So if we know that this is, let's say, the top of the area to break out, right? The deep of the cup, what do you mean? It's in. By the way, if you guys don't want me to do this kind of stuff, that's fine, but just to give you an idea, because like, again, when I got that message about how you plan and prep, whatever, like you got to be, you got to have eyes kind of everywhere all the time, you know, but then hone in on what you want to. No, go ahead. I don't know what that means. So yeah, you measure from here to here, top and bottom of your move, 15.3%, right? Now, notice how there's a line up there, by the way. So anyway, we'll get to that in a second. So now you just measure up your 15.3%, right about there. So 350, 353. So if this becomes a legitimate breakout, and that means Bitcoin is there, markets are there, risk on is there, that could be your breakout. Now I say could be, it doesn't have to be, because this isn't a perfect cup and handle, but it's starting to look like one. So, but the argument I had was like, I look left and I'm like, well, that kind of looked like it could have been a cup and handle here, and we didn't get the follow through from this breakout, right? Was it 17%? I mean, heck, we only got 5% of that. So that's the concern I have, is that because it's being rejected, now you're starting to, that pattern may not be justified. So. Oh, Paul, I see what you're saying. Okay, cool. All right. So anyways, guys, NVIDIA, keep an eye on it. This might be my next big, like, bulky, chunky trade. Microsoft looks great now. Obviously, surviving that dip. If it does it again, I will not hang on. The good news is we have the Qs pushing. Like right now, so long as that's happening, I can, you know, hang on to Microsoft a little bit longer. But if it starts to tank, no thanks. I'm not going to survive another break underneath, you know, 417. VST, who was talking about that? Someone, buddy Mark. I can't remember. So I'm in the trade, but it's a small size, and I'm looking to get my ad, and then, you know, a real ad in case. This is why. So I don't always trade with these on, by the way. Like I usually will look during, like pre-market, mark my levels, take my trades. That's typically how it works. Obviously, I'll keep an eye on things like news and stuff like that. But now I kind of don't mind using it. Originally, I had these up for you guys, really. I know it drives some of you guys crazy because it's just more lines on the chart or whatever. But for me, it makes it really easy to understand, you know, unless you see a hardened white line at a level, this to me is like an area of support or resistance. So if you ever see that on my charts, that's what it signifies. Okay. If you see a moving line like this that's white, that's your VWAP. Not an anchored VWAP, just your regular VWAP. And then you have a couple other SMAs that, for me, they're interesting, but I purposely made them a little less, you know, obvious, because I don't want them to get too much in the way, but they are interesting. Because like I keep an eye on how many stocks every day are above its 200 moving average, below its 200 moving average. And I do the same thing for the 55, 22, and the 12 every single day. Like I look at how many stocks are above that across, you know, the entire market. So guys, I don't like this move in Microsoft anymore. It just sucks. I'm going to still hang on, but I really don't want to see under 417 again. That would suck. But yeah, so I keep these lines up though, because frankly, like, I think it's a good opportunity to either A, like, understand why those are there, but B, like, it makes it kind of neat to watch, you know, where it's like, hey, these are the levels that I've found that have worked for me. Obviously, everybody's got their own style, everybody has their own edge, you know. So I'm sharing like what works for me especially when I see a really strong crossover of a 55 and a 200 in a zone, in a specific zone. That I get really bullish or really bearish. So, and I'll use a trade that we took today as a perfect example. You ready for it? Right here. Do you see what's happening? Blue line is my 55. We see a crossover here. We see resistance. We see support. Then we see it crossover again right here in the morning. You know where our entry was? Right above that candle. Or close to it. Where the heck did I get in there? 82 and change, I think. Where is it? 82.20. So a little bit higher. But still, like, once that crossover happens, this to me is kind of like a, you know, catching lightning in a bottle, because it doesn't happen all the time. But now, like, where my stop loss was on this trade is anything under now the 200, and it shouldn't happen. Not today anyway. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. I don't know. But I'm willing to hold this now, and I can swing trade this. So you guys remember, I'm trying to get better at my craft, introducing swing trading more often and introducing options trading as well. So can always learn, you can always grow. But this is starting to look bad for Microsoft. I really want to see, if I see a 418.50 on this print, like, I might just call that good enough, which is terrible on a $400 stock. Let's pull up NVIDIA, guys. It's really pumping. I think this is some optimism ahead of Trump. So let's keep an eye on it, because it really could take off. I mean, I don't want to buy it here and then have it tank to 124. Looks great though. I mean, it's breaking out for sure. Look at Snowflake ripping now. Oh gosh, who was I talking to about IWM and versus IGV? This is one of you guys. Can't remember who. IGV, I think, is finally getting some love. This one could be an interesting swing trade as well. And anytime, so like ETFs, I think are going to be a little more popular probably in the next couple months. Frankly, because I think a lot of people are, what the heck is this? Oh, there we go. Buying just one asset or one equity is getting a little risky for a lot of people. But you can buy an ETF and take advantage of a grouping, right? So I think that's going to become a little bit more popular in the coming months, because it kind of softens the edges, I'll call it, you know? But like, what's interesting is, like, I highly recommend take a look at what's in IGV and compare that versus what's in IWM. And you tell me which one you would rather own. So here, I'll actually, you want that post? Here, I'll just put it in the chat so it doesn't go to everybody. That's IGV Holdings. Personally, I'd rather have IGV over IWM. That's just me, though. Oof. Yikes. Wow. Wow. That's going to be interesting. So they're closing the airspace right around where I live, DCA, because of that incident with the helicopter. They're closing airspace for most helicopters. I imagine the exceptions will be A, Coast Guard, and B, the president. That's kind of it, which is interesting because there's a lot of helicopters that fly into the Pentagon, which is literally right across the river from the White House. Try reloading the room a few times. I have sound on YouTube, so it's only in the room. I'm not sure I follow. Clifton, are you out there? You see what Mark's saying? Saying that he doesn't have any audio. I think everyone else does though. We just mic check earlier, and it sounds like audio is good for you. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, Mark. But you can hear me on YouTube, huh? Okay. Clifton, can you check that out? See what's going on? Maybe we're in Mark's Dolby Digital surround sound. All good. Guys, we had a great day today. We're waiting on VST. Right now, I'm getting a little bit worried about VST. So there's two ways. There's two ways to look at it. I don't know if you guys have heard the term longer the base, higher the space. Anybody heard that before? There's also a different way of looking at that. If it stalls, it falls. So, like, you could put a ruler on this thing. And I say that meaning, I don't want to add more lines to my chart, but like, it's pretty consolidated, right? And you've got your 200 EMA right above it. So like, if we get above this, it should literally just, it should rip. Trouble is, right above it, you have the close. And what's even more troubling is you have plenty of room to fall. So I'm actually going to tighten up my stop, and I might get stopped out on VST, which I don't mind, but it's a small size. Obviously, we have our ad. If it starts to move, great. Take advantage of the move. But if it doesn't, like, I'm going to get out right here, just below view up. So we'll call it 173.40. Meta pulling back sharply. Microsoft is kind of nothing right now. I don't want to give up on it yet, but I'm getting very close, even though it's not too much of a loss. It's just, this looks really gross. Yeah, so it's only applicable when you see a consolidation like this on like VST right here. So right now, that's a long base that's being created. Because like if sellers were trying to step in, you would see a little bit more like this, and then you would see a little bit more of this, right? Like you'd see a battle happening. Right now you see profit taking, more profit taking, consolidation, push to a new level to consolidate back at this level. Now you're pushing another level right at the top of this one, which is kind of operating as resistance. And then you've got literally your moving averages that are kind of holding things in place. Literally it's just like a dam, you know what I mean? Holding water. So if the dam breaks, then off you go. But if it doesn't, it's safeguards it, then, could be a problem. All right, Microsoft. I'm out of there. I am out. That could be a mistake. It could turn and burn, but honestly, like that was bogus. Missed breakout here, got back in, did a little ad here to see if we got the move over my initial entry, and it decides to move a point against. Should I have given it maybe 2 points? Sure, but nah. I've banked enough profit on a bunch of other trades. I don't want to risk throwing it away on a hero trade. Because this was supposed to be the turnaround. and we missed it. So I think, Michael, you took that with me. Like, was it Michael? So, you know, bummer. We both got jumped on that one. Here comes VST, guys. Let's see if we get the pop. My shares are up there for sale. I should say I'm interested in buying, I should say. So if we get up there, good, we'll take them. If we don't, then bummer. And if I get those filled, I'll put another ad right over the close. There it is. Guys, we got our ad on VST. Let's I'm going to put another ad over 176 if we get there. In fact, I'm going to add a little early here. Right there. Oh, that's terrible. That was me. That 175.77, that was my ad. Bummer. Oh well. The market ad. Let's see if we get the real pop now. I'll be looking for something over here like 178-ish. Maybe 177 and change. Let's go. VST in the building. Let's go. Probably see some resistance at the close, but I'm hoping after waiting this long for that consolidation of breakout, we should just keep pushing. So 177 and change, guys, will be my target. We got another point to go. Hopefully you guys took that trade. Hopefully it was informative in the trade. And if it is, guys, do me a favor. One time, I want to see if this tip button works. Send us a little tip if you're okay with it. You know, I'm not asking for $1 million, but if you took a trade, you made some money, helps out, helps us sticking around. Otherwise, frankly, who knows? Maybe we have to consider alternatives. I'll actually ask Clifton too. Side note, we just added that, so I don't know how all of that works yet. It looks like it's set up on a Venmo to Scott. Okay. I wonder if Clifton, can we get an alert if someone tips us? Do you know? Can we find out? Because that would be cool. Guys, here comes VST. Let's go. Here comes the rip. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Time to spike. Let's go. Get over that close. Do, 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 do. Love to see 178, but you know, whatever. So we lose a point in Microsoft, and for a third of the price, we make a point on Vistra. Yeah, I love it. Guys, keep a very close eye on NVIDIA. I'm very curious to see what happens with NVIDIA. Mark, cool. Glad you got it sorted. Awesome. Mark, were you the one talking the VST trade? We finally got the breakout. We got the ad. And I even added again. So I'm looking to see if we get some real follow through here. What I don't want to see is exactly what's happening right now, which is some resistance at the close, which we just saw that happen now 1, 2, 3 times. I want to see a follow through breakout that looks more like this. Good news is Lamb Research, swing trade, no need to sell that. AVGL, I'd argue, would have been the same thing. Bummer. Looking more broadly, ABBV looks pretty good. UNH, let's look at that real quick. LLY back up at 823. Really? Good earnings, Baker Hughes. Their CEO Lorenzo is speaking right now, talking about LNG and kind of their differentiators. Could be interesting. I think, was it Vincent? I think you like trading energy, don't you? Yeah, you got Chenier talking. He's talking about Chenier too. I know some of the guys over there. This VST pullback, come on, guys. What's up with that? What is up with that? Where's my breakout? I did that as like a community trade. I think, Mark, you pointed it out, right? Apple's falling out of bed, though. You guys know I've been wanting to short that stock forever. Look at this. It was the one short that I wanted this morning. But I'm like, I don't know. Every time I've tried with this thing, I get run over. And right now I'm running into an anchored VWAP, so I can't touch it. Oh, it's brutal. Well, NVIDIA really ran without me today. And now VST, what are you doing? These failed breakouts, guys, is like this is the kind of stuff that drives me bonkers. Because like we saw it today on ABGO, we saw it today on Microsoft, and now we're seeing it again in VST. Like those kind of, like stacking up those kind of losses can hurt long term, but the setups are still there. The difference is like how long and how big is your risk tolerance fundamentally, right? On a name like VST, it can move 15 points in a day. So to have, be down a point on it, that sucks, but it's not going to be uncommon to touch that VWAP and see what's going on, see if there's buyers there, and there isn't right now. We had buyers on the breakout doing exactly what I was trying to do. And then smart money can just go, nah, let people sell into it, right? And we'll pick it up likely back here at the bottom. And I can't hold on for 4 points. Just not going to do it. So either bounce here or I'll be out VST. And at this point, I don't think I'll take another trade because LRCX is printing. SMCI looks interesting. NVIDIA looks. I'll probably keep an eye on NVIDIA. See what happens with Trump and Jensen, because it really could start to move. What else is out there, y'all? I'm looking around. We'll stay in the VST trade for now. SMCI could be interesting. Like I'm interested in like maybe hitting this thing for like, big chunk. So like these two, we're in here, watching this. We've got our runners on Tesla still. Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out Amazon. I didn't want to watch it the rest of the day. I'm just gonna hold on to this until I see a new high. I should say if we end up, below 236, I'll probably dump it, but I made a ton of money on that one today. Not bad for a Friday. Okay, Apple's in big trouble now. Let me put that up here. Where's Seth? Seth knows I love to short this dang thing. 245. Like last time I got it, 247.50 is where I was shorting it. And it looks like we opened there. But 247 is where I shorted. That was the one time that I had a winning trade on Apple, and I took it for I think 2 points. And, I was like, all right, cool. I can actually chalk up a winner on Apple because we went 1 for 9. Out of 9 trades shorting Apple, I lost 8 out of 9 times. But I did get it that one time, and I was excited. And the problem is the very next day, I think it tanked to 219 or something like that. Literally, the very next day. Let's see. I can tell you exactly when it was. Kind of curious. So last time we were up here, 247, right there. So I shorted it. I took it for 2-3 points. So I got out right here. And I was like, yeah, I'm a rock star. What is that? Was that a week later, maybe? No, 2-3 days later. Tanks down to 229. Oh, well. But this is it, though, right? As far as when I mentioned trying to become a better trader, even myself doing this for so long, I've gotten really good at getting scalps. I can almost look at any stock just about, and if I want to take a trade, I can make a couple bucks on it. Just about, So obviously there's no guarantee, but I can look at a setup and be like, all right, cool, I like this or I don't, and take a trade or not, and with pretty good efficacy, pull some money out of the markets. Right, we're still in this VST trade. It looks good now. I'm feeling a lot more comfortable, right? But now I really want to see a breakout. But fundamentally, what I'm trying to do is hold on to my big winners. CEG. You guys got to see that. I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago when they announced the news. They were buying. I forget the name of the other company off the top of my head. Drawing a blank, but. As soon as that purchase happened, I saw it down at 232, and that's when we started buying it. And we announced the trade. We posted the trade. We announced the trade. We took the trade. We added the trade. We got our big move. I took a ton of money off. I think I got 8 points out of the trade that day. And I was like, well, look, I'm up so big. I'm going to hold on to a few, let it run. We woke up the next day at 270, 280. And I'm like, well, same thing. Let's just let it grow. I got up to 300. I'm like, that's a good enough run for me. But anyway, I digress. Trying to get better. PLTR is breaking. Let's take a look. Yeah, I do. I think NVIDIA is going to be our next trade, Mark. I don't know if it's going to be long or short. Nice. I like Palantir. Great company. I don't know if you guys seen Ready Player One, a movie. Any of you guys seen that? Pretty cool movie. So the founder of Palantir reminds me of the guy from that movie, the guy who started the video game. He kind of looks like him. He's kind of quirky like him. You should check it out. It's a cool movie. It's this different type of future, we'll say, but essentially a lot of people are playing video games, but they're very virtual and real, and I think it was a pretty well put together movie. It's entertaining at a minimum, but essentially these gamers are offered, I think it's $1 billion or some crazy prize, and then the ability to own the business, which is worth even more than that because everybody at this point in time in the world is playing this game or whatever. And it was just a great movie, kind of, I think, entertainment wise. And anyway, the guy who plays the character in the movie of the founder of the video game that offers, the video game to whoever wins they find the golden eggs or whatever in the video game. He reminds me of the founder of Palantir. Same kind of behavior, same kind of hairdo. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, it's called Ready Player One. You find it, I think it's, I want to say like Netflix, YouTube. I think it's on most of those. Guys, SMCI, beautiful move. You know, I was watching it in parallel with Lamb Research because they're kind of one and the same. So I'd argue if you probably look at ASML. Remember we talked about creating like groups, couples, we'll say, of similar names. If they're all moving together, you can trade them all. So ASML, SMCI, LRCX, they're kind of all in the same group. Then a tangential group, we'll call it, is Marvell, which looks like it's moving higher. Obviously, we have NVIDIA right there, and AVGO, who right now is my favorite in the space, and maybe even MU. Maybe. The only reason I like MU is it's cheaper, so you can buy, you know, get in a bigger position. The problem is it doesn't move as aggressively, but when it does move, it can really start to scoot. I mean, I've seen it go from $93 to $98 in a day, which that's a huge move, right? So, but really, I think as far as financials go, AVGO is probably my favorite. NVIDIA, well, yeah, they have great financials. There's so much money in this thing that, you know, is 127 the right price? Is 148 the right price? Is 122 the right price? Like, there's just people are trying to figure it out because valuation wise, everybody knows it's going to be, you know, for now, a pretty big market cap. So I'm okay with shorting NVIDIA or going long. I could really care less. Same person, different dimension. Yeah, kind of, yeah. That's it, yeah. Apple. Oh, man. Do I short this thing? That is gross. So I'm gonna use this as an example again. Big chart. Let's do it. Again, not to sound like a broken record, but what do? Snap your line. You want to know where you could have shorted Apple today? Right there. Boom. Would have been easy. You short here, and then you put your stop up here. So what's that? What would that be? It might be too many. It would take 2-point move on Apple. That's pretty aggressive. But 3-1 on that play. That's not bad. Snowflake 185. Options. Let's pull them up. What's today? 31st. That means we'd have to at the earliest look next week, the 7th. Let's see how much they are. 185. Yikes. $450. What? Not paying for that. Maybe the 21st. Let's see. Okay, that looks interesting. All right. I'm going to do a small spread on Snowflake to the downside. So effectively, like how that works is I'll sell premium, so I'll collect some, but it limits how much I can make. Now, part of this is you could convert it to, I call it the broken wing strategy, where you just dump the opposing. So you no longer have a spread. You basically, let's just say, for example, it starts falling. I get rid of roll the call option into my put option and just double up my size on the way down. So that's what we're planning on doing with Snowflake. And that's out till February 21st. So I'll give it some time. And as it stands right now, I'll make, let's see, $360 per contract in premium. And then I obviously, you know, think best case scenario, I can could lose, let's see, $2,000. So, we'll give it a try. All right, keep it on NVIDIA, guys. VST, if it goes underneath that VWAP, I'm probably going to cut it. I tried, Mark. Tried to join you on that one, man. It looks okay still, but I just, we had so many winners. I'm seeing the Qs and the SPY roll over a little bit. Watching NVIDIA, like, do we go long here? Do we go short here? It'll be based on the news when the heck is he meeting Trump? Sometime this afternoon. So I'll keep an eye on it. I've got, Bloomberg playing in the background, but I'm likely going to go grab some lunch. I made it to 11:30, guys. I'm happy about that because I feel terrible. I took a bunch of medicine this morning, so glad I'm not coughing in your ears. But I've got my tea, so fingers crossed. Got plenty of vitamins I took this morning. I'm telling you, I think it's at the wedding. I saw a bunch of people there. I think there's like 200 something people there. One of them was probably sick. I knew for sure one of the guys I knew that was there was sick, and I was like, hey, if you're sick, man, don't show up. There's way too many people here. And of course he sits right next to me. So maybe I got sick from him sitting next to me. I don't know, who knows, but we'll recover, guys. It'll be fine. It'll be all good. Jennifer, hopefully you're still in that AVGO trade. What a monster. What a monster. Okay. All right, y'all. So I'm going to let these the trades play out. I don't really see anything I'm eager to jump into. I will keep an eye on the NVIDIA trade, though. However, that is the one that has some pending news coming into it. I'm tempted to keep an eye on Apple here probably in the next, hour or so. Missed my opportunity to short the thing. It is what it is. I don't really feel like buying Apple long term. It is part of a lot of different, portfolios and indices and all this other stuff. But I'm going to also trim up on VST here in a moment just because I don't want to hold this risk into lunch. I want to be able to go enjoy my lunch and not have to stare at screens. And I'll just put in a hard stop on that. But look, I appreciate y'all being patient with me today. It has been a wonderful trading day. Again, if you guys see anything or have questions, feel free to reach out. You guys have my email, I hope. But look, if I don't chat with you, if I don't come back later this afternoon, I don't anticipate coming back, but I will see y'all on Monday. Hopefully you have a fantastic weekend. Hopefully today was of value and you were able to take advantage of some of the trades today and make some profits. But appreciate y'all. Cheers. God bless.